I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Go and line them up. It's fine with us. Come on, line them up. Fine with us. Fine with us. Line up. I said go and line up. It's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us.
So American Magic then, winners here the last time we were in Bayonne and beautiful Galicia. They're on top of the table, but it's very, very close. The forecast for today, we're going to have a little bit of a delay, and then the breeze coming in once the sun comes out, and we have some thermal breeze in the afternoon. 7 or 8 knots. We caught up with the local hero here, Pablo Toado, who sails on board Alcedo. He's from the area, and he's given some great insights into the team and the area. So Pablo, what's it like for you to be here at your home club with 52 Super Series?
Well, for me, it's incredible experience, no? To stay in my club, in my house, my family's around, all my friends, and to have all these 52 Super Series around is crazy, no?
So you go home at night and you sleep in your own bed?
Yeah, I sleep every night in my own bed with my family, and this is another important point for this race, no? Change completely the dynamic for every day.
So this is not your actual home club. Where did you start sailing?
I started sailing my first school sailing school is just there in Panson. It's the really small club that's in front of here, and when I have 7 years old, I start sailing there, and in the summer, 1 month, and next we come back here.
And were you always a good sailor when you were little, or were you interested in other things?
On the beginning, I make all the sports. I love make all the sports, no? Football, tennis, basketball. I start in all the sports. But after 3-4 years, I decided to continue sailing. I love more sailing than other sport, so I'm here.
And so what was your progress here with the club?
We start sailing here when I was really young, like in 30 years old, with Gonzalo Araujo, and next we go to Movistar, next step by step go to Bribón, sailing with the King for many years, and next in the TP52 in the camp. I make the Med Cup with Bribón again. Next go with Italian and TP52 with Vasco Ascotto for many thousand years, Far 40, Majesty 32, and next Burning until Maxi 72, and now we are here again.
And what's the race course like, and how well do you know it in terms of information?
The race course is tricky. This race course because it's in the exit of the Bahia of the Ria. But obviously we have some knowledge from when sailing here, no? Like you see yesterday, we'll see really clear when change the wind direction to 305. Is this left is a big gain on the beginning, with the risky to arrive the right again. But we need to bring one and tacking us up. But this.
Tell us about this team then. It's a new team, but you're performing really well.
The team is new, but remember some of the members is already in this boat. This help a lot, like Cameron, Luke, and Dave, and Chris. This help a lot for step by step to increase the level of the boat. At the same time, Andrea is super good skipper. We are really surprised, but Andrea sailing in another class before arriving on the 52. And obviously, we make a good steps. The new mast is really good. Probably after broken, they give us this energy to push him more to achieve the goal what we like for this season. So probably this is what will help us.
Obviously, as a pro sailor, you're away all around the world all through the season. How often do you get home?
Sorry, again?
How often do you come home to this area?
Well, this area, first thing for me, is a natural area. All the geographic is crazy because, like you see, we have a lot of places where for sailing and to make tourists, and obviously the gastronomy. Here, one of the strong points is the gastronomy, and the third point for me is the people.
What's your favourite dish then in terms of the gastronomy? What's your number one dish?
Obviously, percebes. The percebes is all the seafood here, and the fish for me is the point.
And do you come back here often?
Yeah. I come back here. I try more this year because, until last year, I'm captain for all the boats, platoon in the last 4 years. And I changed my style of life. Now I'm come back sailor. And I try to stay 2 weeks at home, 2 weeks outside. And this is my home base.
So you're relaxed here when you come home. It's a good time to switch off.
Yeah, obviously. This is an amazing place to preparing for the next race, no? Because it's a good place for making sports. Sailing, water sports, surf, kite, and next for the bikes. A really good place for relax and training.
And what do you think is the potential for this team? Andrea's in for the long journey.
Yes, the plan is to make a long term on the class and continuous focus step by step, because our step for this season is to put balls behind. We don't never say how many, but step by step. Next year probably we arrive more strong because we have planned to make some upgrades on the boat too, and training more and selling more on the 52. So the long term is a good point for us.
A few words about Cameron because we're going to speak about him. But how is he?
Oh, Cameron is I'm sailing with him on the pass in Robertissima, the 72, and he demonstrates a super calm, super clear communication, and have a really good idea to knowledge and to manage the team. And this is really important when you have an owner driver.
What's going to happen with the weather today? That's the big question.
Well, I think so. Today it's changed a little bit. The clouds is coming on, I think so, in mid of the day, and increase the wind at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is typical here because you don't forget, we are 1 hour difference between the Med. So 2 o'clock is 1 o'clock. So the thermical, is not thermical wind, arrive more 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I think so we're good sailing this afternoon.
So from the local hero on board Alcedo to the tactician, hugely experienced Cameron Appleton is the real driving force behind the team. We caught up with Cameron as well. So Cameron, you started quite nicely this regatta.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a tough one because the fleet's deep, strong, all the boats seem much closer in performance this year. So, you've just got to try and work out the strategy. We're in a venue that's pretty tricky and pretty hard to sort of define what the right strategy is because you got a little bit of current, you got these wind lanes, and you got a really strong fleet. So we were really pleased with how yesterday turned out for us. We sort of approached our strategy and it sort of paid off, even though the first race we got ourselves in a lot of trouble at the top mark. That sort of just came upon us out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere, but it's the closeness of this racing. You make one judgment error and you pay a huge price.
Just for our viewers, tell us how you approach the processes of learning the venue.
Well, some of us have been here before and sailed, and sometimes you can almost know too much about a venue and you can have this sort of preconceived feel of how it should go, and other times you just really have to decide when you're just purely racing the fleet and what you see at that moment and how you balance that out. And you kind of, the teams are so deep and so strong, often you're like, well, if this guy's coming with me and he's seeing something, then we're both thinking the same thing, so you're kind of getting reassurance around who you're placed with and how you think they're performing at the given time. If you feel your opposition and your other opposition tacticians have a good feel for the race course, you base your sort of strategy on what they're doing too. So a big part of our job is also to know who we're sailing against and what their tendencies are, and when you think they're hot and when you think they're reading the strategy and doing a good job of the tactics.
Some local knowledge as well here?
There is always local knowledge, and you always try and seek for it and lean upon it. And that gives you some little confidence in some of your strategy calls, but it's also about executing, getting to that place, and then being fast, and then sailing the boat well and in the right mode and choosing the right sails for that particular time. So it's a lot goes into the whole process.
Where do you feel you are in your learning curve? Because obviously you started pretty much from ground zero.
Yeah, that's a good question because we've had a lot going on. You know, we had to we lost our rig in late March in our early training session, and we scrambled to get a new rig, and we were very fortunate that we were able to get that rig, and we're still evolving with that, and we've had to make a new change for this week just to get that rig set up correctly. We've got a new fin, we've got a new team, we've got a great boat and a great team, and we're all just sort of looking at new ways to learn each other, new ways to learn everything we need to learn, and it's coming together nicely, and everyone's working hard and working well together, and it's really been fun. Like yesterday was a challenging day, but the guys stuck with it, and we couldn't be more happier with how yesterday finished for us.
Tell us more about Andrea then. He's quite a character and great sailor.
Yeah, he's able to really turn on a different level of concentration and really focus on the goal at hand. And I think he's finding the challenge difficult, but he's really embracing it and really wanting to learn and get better and to really help with the team and the performance of the boat. And so it's been pleasing to see his growth, and he's still growing, as we all are, and we always hope that we will be, because that's the goal in sailing, that you just each day you're getting better and you're understanding the requirements of his role or the feel of the boat and how the boat needs to be sort of set up, and if he can give feedback, then that helps us even more. So far it's been a fun little experience.
But he's really humble with it, and he comes in looking to learn. You're operating at the top level.
Yeah, he is humble because he knows that this is an incredibly deep fleet. It's got some incredibly talented pro helmsmen and other owners that have been in the sport for a long time and know their boats very well and know what's required of the boats to helm them to that sort of high level. But at the same time, he's getting his confidence and he's really showing it. To hold the nerve yesterday with quantum breathing down our throat for the whole race, and in Saint-Tropez when sled was right on our stern the whole way around the race course, and just being able to keep your composure and keep your focus, it's pleasing to see.
That's about your sail program, because you've got some north, some Doyle. How's that working?
Yeah, so our upwind sail package is Doyle, and we've really been we've worked hard on those for a number of years, and we've got a bunch of new sails this week that we're really happy with, and they're starting to fit the rig really well now, because you match your rig and your sails together, and you got to try, and the rigs go through a lot of rake range and a lot of shim changes, so your tension, so there's quite a lot in that. And then our downwind is north sails, because that's sort of where we've evolved to, and so we're really pleased with our sail program right now.
Take us behind the scenes on board. What's your language? Is presumably English.
The language is 50-50. The guys that communicate with Andrea on the main sheet, Albie Bolzan does an amazing job. That's all in full Italian, and I just start listening to the regular prompts, and so I'm a lot understanding of what's being said, and so there'll be, if there's a discussion, I might get a little bit lost, but the general sailing, the press, the up down, when he's calling him to be a little bit more settled or smooth on the helm, and the same downwind, Stefano Ciampolini is speaking in Italian and then switching between English, because if there's a trim on or he communicates with me, are you happy with this mode, you want me a bit higher, a bit lower, I've got good pressure, I can take it down, he'll revert into English, straight back into Italian. So you start to understand what they're saying, good pressure, come down, come up, straight. So there is a lot of Italian, but then when all the key manoeuvres and the key sort of communication is always in English. The whole pre-start, everything's in English.
Your Italian's improving every day.
Probably for the wrong reasons or the wrong words that we're not going to get into right now on TV. But yeah, it's definitely I've sailed with the Italians for a long time, so have a understanding of the sailing terminology
and the culture as well.
Brilliant. It's brilliant. It's fun. I mean, they're all great sailors. That the one thing you learn in this sport is the Italians. I always thought that the Kiwis were passionate, but I think the Italians are more, and their skill set is off the chart. They're great sailors.
But this program's a long-term program. Andrea's in it for a few years.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, he's probably above his wildest dreams right now. How we're going. I mean, it's early days. We've done 6 races, and sailing, and it's can be great when you're doing well, and it can be brutal when you're not, and you really look deep and ask the questions and try to find the answers. But right now it's a better start than we'd planned, and we feel good. We know that all these teams are working hard to get better as well, so we have to work as hard or harder, and we'll just see how it shapes up. We've got a lot more events and venues and race days and conditions that vary, and so let's see.
You're still loving it?
I always love sailing. I mean, it's such a fun sport. You have to put a lot into it, and you get a lot out of it. You still learn every day. You still understand it, try to understand it. It doesn't make sense sometimes, the complexity's there, but the camaraderie and your teammates and how you all bond together and the fun you have, and then you go and push hard and work hard and have that real common drive to be successful is pretty unique.
Local information from the local heroes. Well, Javier de la Gandera, really, there's no bigger local hero here. He raced around the world in the colours of Galicia. He's working with Platoon Aviation. So what are we expecting today for weather, for races?
But today is a difficult day, but the wind is up in the midday with the sun and clean the clothes. But it's a day light breeze, 8 knots, no more.
So 2 races?
Yeah,
you hope?
It's possible.
So there we go, Javier de la Gandera, local hero, saying probably 2 races, round about 8 knots, we hope. But the picture at the moment is of the breeze still building. Fingers are crossed. And we're going to join Louise Vancer, who's going to send an update from the water. Louise, it's certainly the clouds have cleared, and we have some blue sky after a little bit of kind of dreich morning. It was quite cloudy with mist over the hills, but now things looking very much better, and we're getting a little breeze coming in, Louise.
Andy, I'm out here on the water and the boat slowly starts sailing, so they have enough wind now to train a little bit, pull different sails up. We've seen a lot of sail changes so far, and the blue sky looks good. That looks promising. I think we have to wait a little bit more to get more consistent breeze across the race course. Now we have sometimes, I see 4 knots, but then sometimes just 2 knots only. That's not enough, but I'm confident we will sail soon, and the more we see the blue sky, the more confident I will be. So I'm excited for these 2 races, Andy.
Indeed, but normally we would expect to start in something around about 6, or a consistent 6 knots is probably the bare minimum, isn't it, Louise?
Yes, I think so. And also, I mean, you want to have fair racing. It's the most frustrating as a sailor when you have like unfair conditions. Like, obviously the luck is always with the good ones, but the wind and sailing in general is already tricky. But once it's so light, it's so unpredictable. Oh my God, it can be so frustrating. So I think as soon we have like stable conditions over the racetrack, we should be good to sail, but we don't have this for now, and then it's just not fun. And in the end, we're here to have fun, to have great racing. So that's why I think Maria, our race officer, is still postponing a little bit.
And it's important to reiterate, Louise, that the forecast for the week is generally quite good, so we're not under big time pressure to set races off in conditions which might not be fair or fun. So we're happy to wait, I think, aren't we?
Absolutely, and we had 2 beautiful races yesterday in great conditions, and we can sail 3 races a day, so we have plenty of days ahead. So I think the more we wait now, the better sailing conditions we get. There's no rush, and it should work. I mean, we're in the Atlantic here. There's always a little bit of wind. We are not in the Med, where you can really have, especially in spring, like days without any wind. And the water is quite cold, so the water is only 15 degrees, and it's also cold out here on the water, so there are only 18 degrees. This is not enough to really develop a big sea breeze or some of the trade winds that we are used to get here. So this is usually happening a little bit later in the year, so in July, August, when the air is just heating up more so that the sea breeze can develop. But I'm confident we will get some gradient in or something.
Louise, who were you talking to this morning in terms of navigators and afterguards? What's their intelligence for the day?
Most of the teams were quite confident to get 8 knots later in the day, and they also prepared all the boats for this. So you go for the big setup of the boat, you go for the big sails, you go for the big janaka, you go for the big mainsail, you go for the big jibs. So I think right now all the boats are using their J1, that's the biggest jib they can have, and they use their biggest mainsail. And for now we don't see any boat with a janaka up, but if they would pull it up, it's gonna be the biggest janaka they have. And just to get a little bit in numbers, Andy, the biggest janaka size they're allowed to have is 270 meters square. I mean, my apartment is far away from that. Any house I've been to is far away from that size. This is just impressive. And then the system these boats have to drop the janaka in like, bam, a second. This is magic for me. I'm so impressed each time I see this. Like, these boats, this is just art. They're so beautiful, and the systems behind the layout, but also the designs of the sails is just incredible. If you think about that, they have this like relatively small jib in comparison to the mainsail and in comparison to the boat, and how complicated it is actually to design this jib. Incredible. You need all this power in front of the sail, but then you want to have it super flat in the end of the sail, so it doesn't get like too deep in it to make the air flow in it. I mean, I would be not able at all to design something like this, and I admire all the sail makers who are able to design these sails to make the boats going fast in so light breeze.
Indeed. Now then, let's have a look back, let's have a look at the standings just now. It was American Magic Quantum Racing, which was most consistent yesterday with these 2 second places. They're on 4 points. Allegra 1 and a 4, and Alcedo Vitamina a 5 and a 1. So Louise, talk to me about what American Magic Quantum Racing did right yesterday. What was most impressive about their consistent performance?
Yeah, they pulled off quite some magic, I would say. I think that it's super great. And and this morning when I spoke with the team, they were very happy about their sailing. They obviously did yesterday. And I asked them for their magic, like what was the magic touch they actually had? And they basically said, well, there was no magic. Just everyone focused on their job, you know, everyone focused on their self, and they were working great together as a team. They have a new team for the season, and yeah, you know, each time you're sailing with a new team, there are new things to learn and new things to discover together. So they were really happy how they performed on that. Terry did a great job in keeping the team together, having a good team spirit, and they were very confident and positive, and most of them already sailed here in Bayona plenty of times. So they also feel good here in the environment, in the venue. They love Bayona. They all love the food. I think every one of us loves the food here. And they just love racing here. And I think that's an important point as well if you want to deliver on your very best.
Indeed, but one of the things that in particular, I think Lucas Calabrese was saying last night, that they were patient when they wanted to, when they needed to be patient. They didn't push too hard in terms of risk, and I think that really is one of the hallmarks that we see with American Magic in particular.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point, because I think they were super patient on the upwinds. Like, they really stayed in face of the shifts. They went for the pressure. They were like patient enough on all these things, didn't get distracted by the other boats. And they had great starts. We remember the start of the second race where they just started leeward of the group that was at the race committee, and they had a massive gap to leeward, so they could immediately get into their mode and sail fast, because we always like to sail fast. This is the most important for us. But then I thought that they were a little bit impatient on the downwinds. They were the boat with the most maneuvers, so jibes on the downwinds. And yeah,
did you
I
ask
asked
that
them
question
about
of them?
that yesterday, because Yes, I did, and I'm always so keen to learn, and I can learn so much from these incredible good sailors with so much experience. And I didn't get the the best answer, let's say. I think
really?
they were
They
not
were hedging a little bit, were they?
Yeah, they were maybe Yeah, maybe there are some secrets they don't want to tell me. Maybe
you
there
were
is some
too
magic.
direct.
No, but probably. I sent you tonight, Andy. I sent you tonight.
But Louise, you
But I
were
think
saying
they
yesterday
say-
in some of the downwinds they were doing 4 and 5 jibes.
Yes, exactly. But I'm like it paid off for them. They were there, the leader after day number 1. So this is the magic they have, and they're such a good team. So I think like if you're a newer team, you would also maybe hesitate to do so many maneuvers on one leg because you still don't feel comfortable enough in the maneuvers. But they're an incredible good team. They feel comfortable in speed, in maneuvers, in starting, in tactics, strategy, in all the areas. And I think this is also one of the reasons why they're our current leader, Andy.
Indeed, Louise, looking down the table a little bit, not quite a consistent day for Platoon Aviation with a 4 and a 10, but they're generally on the kind of upwards trend. Also sled, a pretty heavy day for them with a 10th and a 7th. What did we see in terms, certainly look at first of all at Platoon Aviation, what did we see there that's positive? Obviously they got a little bit out of phase in the second race, but they were certainly up there in the top 2, top 3 initially in race 1.
Andy, I'm always a very positive person. So I think Platoon Aviation had many good positive moments yesterday. This 4th place, they'd say that was very, very good. They said very smart. They were also consistent and they waited long enough to do their move, didn't get distracted or anything. And then we had this kind of shift a little bit of the day. The day changed a little bit for the second race, so you had to change your strategy a little bit, and I felt they had problems after the second start. They didn't get too well off the starting line, and then life is difficult. When you're not getting off on the starting line and the front row, life is just very, very difficult. I mean, look back yesterday at the second race, the boats that started the best were Alcedo and American Magic, and these were the boats that finished 1st and 2nd. So it helps so much when you're starting in front or like with the other boats, but in the front row, and when you have this advantage from the beginning on, and to fight back from there is just really, really hard. And all these boats here are incredibly good. They're so close together. We've seen it yesterday in the upwind mark approaches. I had to hold my breath because it was so exciting to see all these boats arriving at the same time. Boats didn't make the mark, had to do penalties, plenty of action going on there. So I said it a couple of times, there's just so many moments where you can gain and win, but also unfortunately a lot of moments where you lose. And I think Platoon Aviation was a little bit unlucky in that second race, but they will fight back, Andy. They are hot.
Indeed, we're hoping that we get a couple of good races off, and I think Platoon Aviation, just to reiterate, Marcus Wieser steering here, so he was obviously under a little bit of pressure yesterday, his first day steering in the 52 Super Series, I think actually ever, to be truthful. He was a tactician before for Harm a few years back, and before that it was way back sailing on container, way back in the Med Cup days. But the other boat we're focusing a little bit on just now, talk to us about sled. The key difference for sled here at this regatta is we have Mr. Akura, the owner-driver, is steering for the first time this season. So again, takes him a little bit of time to get recalibrated, get his time and distance on the start lines, for example, in this really, really hot fleet.
Yes, Andy, this morning when I spoke with Francesco Bruni, the tactician of sled, he told me that it's something new when the owner steps in the boat again, and these boats are not easy to sail. Like, this is a racing machine. It's like when you jump back into a race car in the Formula 1 and you expect to win. I mean, it needs some training, it needs a little bit of time, and it's incredibly difficult to helm a racing machine like this. So I think they did phenomenally well. They had some big comebacks yesterday. I remember in the second race, that last downwind when they catched 4 boats. That was great, and they had also some good starts, they had good speed, but small mistakes here in this competitive fleet like pays big time. So I think today in the lighter breeze they might feel a little bit more comfortable, or it will be a little bit easier, but it's also easier for the other boats. So we will see, Andy. But you know what I'm betting on?
Go on, tell me, what are you betting on?
I'm
your top
afraid
boat
to
today?
say sled again because I'm afraid to say sled
You're the
again
kiss of
because I
death.
did it yesterday, and I wish exactly, and I wish that boat all the best, and I want them to succeed. So I'm a bit afraid to bet on them again because, you know, in hindsight, some people believe in this conspiracy and stuff. So I just don't do it today, and we see in the end of the day how it works out.
I think
I'm
Sled
not a
would prefer if you
conspiracy
don't
believer,
bet on them
so
today.
exactly, so I don't do that. And I'm not a conspiracy person. I just always wish all the boats the best, and I want all the boats to win. For me, they're all winners. But in the end of the day, there's just one leader and just one person who can get the first place. So in this light breeze today, we are going to expect in this super tricky, shifty winds. I think Platoon can do super well, but I also believe American Magic is maybe just like in the flow. You know, like once you catch that moment, once you're in the flow, once you feel like strong as a team, this is big. You know, this is really powerful. So maybe I bet on them today.
Good, you do that, Louise. We're going to have a look back.
What about you?
Look back at the highlights video from yesterday, looking at these two races, and then we'll come back and we'll just see where we stand in terms of hopefully getting some racing underway. We know it's not going to be before 2:30 for sure. Anyway, let's have a quick look back at yesterday's highlights. Well, the world's leading Grand Prix monohull circuit, the 52 Super Series, comes out to the rugged northwest of Spain. We're in Galicia for the Galicia 52 Super Series Royal Cup. Everything's at stake. We've got 11 boats here, 9 different nations. We've got Teasing Machine and Phoenix rejoining the fleet. We've got rugged conditions. We should get some breeze, big waves, hopefully great action, and it's all on the line. So highly anticipated race number 1. The breeze is 12 knots, 315 degrees is the wind access. It's a very, very even start. In fact, Alcedo, the Italian boat, probably get the best start. The battle is really generally to get out to the right side. Allegra sail the top part of the beat especially well, getting out right in the top third and lead round the top mark. It's very close between Provezza round in second and third. Platoon, American Magic around fourth. Through the leeward gate, all of the top 2 boats go round the right hand mark. Platoon go out to the left, but it's really on the second upwind. American Magic make some gains, get up to second. Through the finish line, it's Allegra winning the first race. They were last in the last race in Saint-Tropez, winning the first race here. American Magic getting second with a nice comeback after being fourth at the top mark. Third are Provezza and fourth Platoon Aviation. Race 2, the breeze is much the same, around about 12 knots off the start line. Boats clustered towards the committee boat end of the line. In fact, American Magic make a nice start from the leeward end of that group, off the pin end of the line. And up the first beat is the left side that does come in very nicely in the end for Alcedo, which lead round the top mark, with American Magic round second, Paprec in third. And that's the order all the way round the course. Vitamina under pressure from American Magic at different points, but the Italian boat lead through the finish line to win race 2. With American Magic in second, they lead the regatta. Paprec get third, and Allegra in fourth lie second overall. So after 2 races, the Galicia 52 Super Series Royal Cup, American Magic with 2 second places lead the regatta on 4 points. Second are Allegra on 5 points, and third Alcedo Vitamina on 6. So 2 good races yesterday in conditions which certainly the wind was dropping through the day. But if you see on the live images just now, there's no clear indication of the breeze building for the moment. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. Hopefully we'll join you again very, very soon with the races 3 and 4 from the Galicia 52 Super Series Royal Cup. But join us when the breeze comes in.
I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Go and line them up. That's fine with us. Come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. next? Fine with us.
so musical. In the club you scream, God like gaze, you're so beautiful, but you're not for me. I can't sleep lately, I'm just trying to find peace. Classic melodies, I just wanna be free. I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you. away, not as sleek as you think. DMs early in the AMs, I'm not Becky from the street. All this time, baby, our love was so deep. You can't sleep lately, but what about me? I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it out. Let me put it in a song. Every time you make that face, like crawling to a damaged space, out of sync and out of tune. That frequency I can't undo. Please listen close. Stop drumming on my heartbeat. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key. Check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man man alone. Stop drumming on my heart. Why you look surprised when we've done this all before? I'm not sure the highs really make up for the lows. When words don't work and I get hurt, somehow I feel like I'm the worst. Manipulation overload, but babe, this time I'll steal the show. Please listen close. Stop drumming on my heartbeat. Stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key. Check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my
know better. Locked in my head, romanticizing forever. Last love I found, knees met the ground and all my roses died. Swore I was through, but looking at you, I think I changed my mind. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Diving at first into all of it. Oh, what a rush, looking into your eyes, playing it off like it's different this time. Let's break our own hearts for the fun of it. One look and I'm dying to run the risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? My God, don't we look good together? I should be running away, but so what, whatever. Oh, last love I found, knees met the ground and all my roses died. Swore I was through, but looking at you, I think I changed my mind. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Diving at first into all of it. Oh, what a rush, looking into your eyes, playing it off like it's different this time. Let's break our own hearts for the fun of it. One look and I'm dying to run the risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? You're a bad idea. Oh, but every time I see you, all reason and logic cut their losses. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Diving at first into all of it. Oh, what a rush, looking into your eyes, playing it off like it's different this time. Let's break our own hearts for the fun of it. One look and I'm dying to run the risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine?
Yeah, that was back when I could call you mine. Holding hands, falling into the riptide over and over. Yeah, we were taking off, always running, wasting our days for nothing, singing I love you, with you riding shotgun in my car. Do you remember all of the nights we spent alone?
I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Go and line 'em up. That's fine with us. Come and line 'em up. Fine with us. Fine with us. Line up. I said go and line up. Yes, fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us.
Well, sorry for that little delay. We are, of course, always at the mercy of Mother Nature, and we're waiting for the breeze to fill in. The good news is we now have about 6 to 7 knots of breeze from the southwest. 250 degrees actually is the wind axis. The fleet have their mains and jibs up, and we are inside the start sequence, just inside 4 minutes. Louise of Answer, how's it looking for you on the start line?
Andy, I'm just here next to the pin end, and it's quite light and patchy, to be honest. Like, if I look upwind, the upwind marks are just in between the two islands, which will make the upwind mark approach super interesting. So I'm already excited to see that one. Wow, I think it's gonna be super shifty up there, like maybe some shifts from the left, maybe some shifts from the right, then more pressure, obviously, getting pressed through the channel between the islands. So I think that will be super tricky, and a lot of things for the boats now to think about already. And the line is square. I did my pre-race homeworks here with my little compass, checking the line. So the line is square to the wind direction, and now it will, now it will depend on the shift the boats will have for the start, because the wind is shifting. Like, as I said, it's still a little bit unstable, so I think we have like a 10 degrees, 15 degree shift range, so the wind is not super stable in one direction. So especially the navigators need to have an eye on the shifts to then help the tactician and strategist to start at the favorite side. But it's not only the favorite side. As we know, you also want to start in space. You want to check what boat you start next to. Are you starting to a super strong boat, or are you starting to a more weak boat? This might help you as well. And also, where do you want to sail, like on the race course? Because if you start on the furthest left, but you want to go immediately to the right side, this doesn't work. So a lot of things here at the moment good. So a lot of things here at the moment to think about, but it looks like that most of the boats are keen to start more towards the right side for now, Andy.
Indeed. So the wind axis is 250, very different to the northerlies we had yesterday. But it does seem like the committee boat end, the right-hand end of the light, may be favoured. Certainly a little bit busier, the way things are shaping up just now. But overall, Louise, what would be your choice going upwind?
Oof, hard to say. I think,
oh, come on.
Like just looking on the water here, just looking on the water here, I like the right side a little bit more. I see a little bit more wind, but the right island is also a little bit bigger than the left island. So when you then come to the last half or to the last third of the upwind, that might cover the wind or the race course too much, so you might have less wind. But the boats know better than I do because they have their strategists, and I saw all the strategists like up in the mast in the pre-start phase to check where there is more wind. So they pulled on their little harness and then they get pulled up there in the high mast so they can have a better overlook of the race grid. But I would go for the right side at the moment and try to start clear because that's the most important. In this light wind, you want to get off the start line in speed. From there on, you want to be ahead, lead the race, Andy, and then we saw it yesterday with Allegro. Life is easy.
Life is easy, but at the moment it's very difficult. It's just a little bit of congestion up at the towards the committee boat end of the line. Just watching American Magic picking their way through at the back of the group just now. We have 28 seconds to go, just less than 30. Certainly Provezza going for, I think, in a time and distance. So too, or more so actually, Phoenix towards the pin end of the line. Provezza have the bow down building speed, as have I think it's Sled just above them. But I think we're looking at and Paprec clearly closed out at the committee boat end of the line. Not sure what's happening there because also I think we're seeing Alcedo going back. And another boat just at the committee boat end of the line. So really scrappy start there, Louise. Are we on a recall or is the start rolling?
I think the start is rolling. Unfortunately, I was at the pin and not at the race committee, so I didn't quite see what happened. But yeah, 3 boats didn't get off the line or had to come back. So, wow, that's a massive setback. Like for Platoon, Paprec and Alcedo. Oh, if you have to start that light wind race so much in the back, Andy, that's so painful. So now they have to do everything to fight back, but it was so full there at the race committee. I think a massive right shift came here in as well, if I look at the angles of the boats. So wow, that must have been very, very intense there.
Indeed. So Platoon, Alcedo in particular on the back foot off the start line. Teasing machine working out to the early right along with Alpha Plus. Best start though was always, and it was always shaping up to be thus, was Phoenix. Their Tony Norris steering, and the afterguard there we have Tom Burnham as strategist and Andy Horton. So getting their communications right, getting their speed and maximum speed on the start line. So they're getting away nicely, and also just above them, as we saw in the final seconds before the start, John Cutler doing a nice job of the speed build on the Provezza. So they are our top 2 boats after the start of race 3. Seeing American Magic working out to the right a little bit. Furthest right, Alpha Plus just now. But very different conditions, almost flat water. This is really the kind of, for those of you who remember, this is much more akin to what we saw when we were here in Bayona in 2022. Flat water, gentle breezes, and Provezza and Phoenix are early leaders. Provezza rolling into their tack. We think probably then Phoenix will go as well, Louise.
Andy, I'm just here leeward of Phoenix and they roll into their tack here. So now we have the entire fleet on port sailing towards the right side. I think there is more pressure. It might be also now a shift that pushed the entire fleet there. But it looks beautiful, the shot I have now here on top of the fleet over the entire range of boats. And these are the best conditions as well for these boats. Like the entire crew is hiking and there is like no wind almost. Like there's 6 to 7 knots. I said for 70 and I would be still sitting inside the boat praying for more wind. And these boats are fully powered up, like the boat is sealed, all the crew hiking, they go for their biggest sails, so there's so much load now on all the systems. Like this is so cool to watch.
It does indeed, but it's also quite nice to see some of the boats which perhaps didn't do so well yesterday getting out to the early jump. Alpha Plus there leading on that right side, now coming in strong. Phoenix on this side. Once again, the boats with the good starts on opposite sides of the course, first and second just now. Sled also going well. So a very scrappy start all in all, however. That's the way it plays out sometimes, but Platoon then a mountain to climb in 11th place. Paprec also.
Yeah, it's hard to start.
Sorry, go on, Louise.
It's hard to start well in these boats, and Platoon and Alcedo, you know, Platoon with a new helm, Marcus Visa and Alcedo as a new team, like that, it's not easy. So sometimes it's then a little bit better to look for a free space at the line where you can do your own thing than just fighting in the middle of the crowd. But that's it. This is life.
It is life. I think what's a little bit ominous at the moment is the speed of American Magic Quad Team Racing. Made a solid, but you'd have to say unspectacular start, but really straight back into it. Lying in second place just now, going fast in these flat water conditions. Pursuing Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus, always renowned as one of the quicker boats in the lighter winds and flat water. But really the breeze is built quite nicely. You probably have 7 knots at the moment.
Andy, the breeze is slowly starting to build, but yes, in general it's still very, very light. And I think it's so nice to see the different hulls now of the boats. They are also heeled, but every boat looks a little bit different heeled. And for now we can't see the Phoenix hull, but we can see the Provezza hull a little bit, which is like one of the new Jewel and Froric hulls. And then we have the Allegre and the Platoon hull, which are the new Bottine designs. So just to compare the different shapes of the hulls is so interesting. Then obviously they all have different keels and all different rudders and all different sail designs and shapes. Like there are some rules on it, but just to see the difference, and every team puts so much effort in these differences of sails, because these are like, this is the highest top end of sail design, sail racing boat design. This is like just art to watch it. It's so beautiful. And there on the onboard shot we have now of Allegre, we can see that the main traveler is super much up, like very, very much to windward. Most of the boats I sailed in, you don't put the main traveler higher than the middle of the line. So for me it's very interesting to see this traveler so much up, like the sail so twisted. So you would think, well, wait, why are they doing this? And this is actually because of the leeway of the boat. So the boat is slowly gliding leeway, so they pull the sails so much windward. They also pull the jib super much in, because that's the actual how they would travel to the wind, and this is the most efficient these boats go in the light wind stuff. Here you see the traveler moving as well, a little bit up and down. The more you pull it up, the more you close the sail in the end, the higher you can go. And Provezza here needs to go on a higher mode, as Phoenix just undertakes them, so they don't want to lose their lane. It's a little bit tough, the lane they're having there, especially in these light wind, because you have to play a lot in the light wind to keep the boat going, Andy.
Indeed. So yes, Phoenix just squeezing up into Provezza. Provezza having to tack away, and that will be expensive as they go back on port towards 2 or 3 boats coming up on starboard, notably Sled there, the white hull, coming back at them. And this is really what you don't want to be bounced around at this stage in the first upwind. But all the time Alpha Plus then looking quite good. They got out to that early right side. Phoenix started off the pin there. I think perhaps got a little bit more pressure just now, just looking at their bow wave. And Provezza just, these 2 tacks really costing them. Really have to move quite gently and in unison as a team in these light conditions. Watching here as Coliparada just pulls on the runner very slightly, as Louise said. So the runner very much the accelerator But Alpha Plus with the good position out on the middle right, really. Meantime, Teasing Machine, Paprec and Value further out offshore. And Platoon Aviation pretty much alone on port, further back, chasing Alcedo and Phoenix. But they are quite a long way back. So American Magic just trying to keep their lane clear, and they are crossing in front of Phoenix just now. Alpha Plus really going quite nicely, just a little bit higher than American Magic. So there we go, American Magic tacking on top of Phoenix. Looking back now is Alcedo then really on the back foot just now in 9th place. But Alpha Plus hanging in quite nicely with a lead of about 30 metres or so over American Magic. Just the two on opposite tacks just now. Quite nice breeze, probably 7.5, 8 knots now, getting up towards the top mark. Alpha Plus, one of the most improved teams in the fleet. 4th in Saint-Tropez. Watching as Phoenix come back, converging with Teasing Machine there by number 12. And look how Provezza have been pulled back into the fleet. Because of these tacks getting stuck or getting caught by Phoenix initially. So Louisa, Alpha Plus, keeping it super simple after a good start. So too, you could say the same of
Alpha Plus is sailing.
Go on, Louise.
Alpha Plus is sailing a very good race so far. Like, they've also been sailing very good yesterday. They were just a bit unlucky with that last penalty on the finish line. Oh my god, that was so painful to watch. But they were sailing well. They were also sailing well in the practice racing before. They're a very, very good team as well. And I think they have a lot of potential for this event. And now they put it together for this first upwind. And I think they want to have it as a keeper. Yesterday when I met Tom Burton, the tactician from their boat, he was like frustrated from the day. He was eager to make it better today, and they do, and this is so nice to watch. And he's sailing super clean. They're also fast, and once you're faster than the other boats, it's easier, of course, but they stay in phase of the shifts, they cover the boats, they sail to the right side again. They don't take too much risk. Yesterday I thought there was some situations he might have pushed it a little bit too hard. We saw it in the first upwind when he was already in the leading position but then got back pushed into the fleet. So he sails it a lot easier and cleaner today. And I think he might be the leader at the first upwind mark, Andy. I'm now here arrived at the upwind mark, and I can see all these boats lined up, and they are all thinking now already how to approach this mark. They're relatively close together, so there's still some options to lose, but also to win, of course. So let's see, it's a bit more tricky here as we're just in front of the island. Will be interesting to see how the boats manage this, Andy.
Interesting, yes, we're just watching. It's a little bit of recalibration perhaps with the ley lines coming to the top mark, but I think for probably Alpha Plus still leading. We're on board with American Magic. Hard to get an indication of how they're feeling, but they're just going to tack again with Alpha Plus going across their front. There we go, Harry Melgis, another helmsman in bare feet. What a really exemplary tack there. Just you see how gentle he is on the rudder, trying to use minimal rudder through the tack. It always has a braking effect, but there you see. Interestingly then, a teasing machine coming in from the left, so clearly a bit of a shift there. Very, very dynamic racecourse then, Louise.
Oh yes, and they just had a right shift because a lot of boats overstood the ley line here again. So Alpha Plus really put the bow down to get speed and made American Magic go behind them, and Teasing Machine undertacked them. I'm not sure if they're gonna make the mark, Andy.
I'm not sure either. But yeah, they're just getting a bit of height when they need it. And correspondingly, American Magic coming in quite fast. Interesting, even though the wind direction is different, we're still seeing a right-hander on approach, but it is Teasing Machine round first with Alpha Plus overlapped. Two black boats round in first and second, American Magic round in third.
You on the front? 5 with the 7.
So Teasing Machine go for the super quick hoist. So they have the very, very slight lead, only half a boat length or so, round the top mark. Phoenix round the windward mark in fourth, Sled in fifth, Pravetsa sixth. I think actually Platoon Aviation have made themselves a little bit of a recovery. Actually, Zalcado in seventh, Vayu eighth. So fairly straightforward lineup coming down this first run of race 3. No jibe sets, everybody standard bear away. Allegra round in 10th, and 11th is Paprec, unfortunately. Paprec were one of the, they were really closed out at the committee boat end. The line couldn't really get down through the line at all. It cost them a few minutes to get through the start. So paying the price now. So, but Louise, a good top of that upwind for Teasing Machine. kept themselves fairly clean on the left side and come in with a nice shift.
Oh yes, Andy, the upwind mark approach was quite interesting again. I think we saw it already coming, but I didn't saw it coming that like this, to be honest. So there was less wind on the right side, but with a right shift. But on the left side, there was more wind, but the boats had to sail against the shift. So that's very interesting, because what are you going for? Are you going for the more wind, but sailing against the shift? Or are you going with the shift, but with less wind? So we saw Alpha Plus then coming from the right side, overstood the ley line because of the right shift, and Teasing Machine coming in from the left side with more wind. So they really squeezed themselves into there in the last, I think it was the last meters to the mark, actually. Same for American Magic. And note, so this was the big gain now for Platoon and Ikeda, who started behind the other boats, and now they're back in the mix. And in these tricky conditions, Andy, when you're in the back of the fleet at the first downwind, doesn't mean at all that you will finish there, because everything is possible when it's so light, tricky and shifty. And it's super light here at the upwind mark, to be honest. I think like 4 knots or something only. So very tricky and so difficult then also to sail the boats. You have to be so careful with the rudder, so soft. You have to move your body weight so gentle from one side to the other side to squash the boat. So very accurate, a lot of accuracy wanted here at the moment to sail these boats fast. Not easy.
Not easy indeed, watching as Teasing Machine go into their jibe, the race leaders. Having a little bit of an issue with the kite caught round the forestay. Sorting it out, but there was a little bit of a handbrake turn. And meantime, Alpha Plus keep on rolling, as do American Magic behind. And that really was a little bit of a messy jibe from the French team. Two boats jibed early behind them, Vayu and Paprec. So what's your thoughts there, Louise, with Teasing Machine jibing, Alpha Plus and American Magic carrying on, so too Phoenix?
I thought it was a great idea when I saw them like preparing the staysail. They had to first roll it in to then be able to jibe. So that's the indicator for me to understand, all right, they get ready for the jibe. But oh, then it broke my heart to see the jibe and the I mean, it's already painful to do maneuvers in this super light breeze. So you really want to reduce them to the minimum. And then when the maneuvers are bad, oh, this is a heartbreaker. So that might have cost them now the lead. We will see in the end, but I bet if I would be Alpha Plus seeing this, I would feel very released, because then I know, oh, I probably have that boat. I just need to make sure I do a better jibe than them. But which they actually just did. They just rolled into a jibe. We see American Matching now following them with a jibe, so now they just jibed as well. It would be sure, so interesting until the end.
I think there's probably just a little bit more pressure. That's obviously what Laurent Page and the team on Teasing Machine saw, or perhaps seeing the pressure running out a little bit ahead of them. So it was a pretty costly jibe, but they do seem to have just a little bit more pressure, moving a little bit quicker just now. But let's see. The very gentle breezes just now, very exacting conditions. Of course, Teasing Machine at their first regatta with the 52 Super Series of 2025. And I'm sure it would give their morale a boost going into the Admiral's Cup. That, as we say, is their big focus this season. How does the breeze feel, Louise? Do we feel it's certainly light, but it seems to be remaining quite consistent, a little bit streaky and patchy in places?
Let's try to say it as positive as I can, Andy. The breeze is very light but very consistent.
That'll do me.
So
I'll take
there's
that.
everywhere over. Yeah, so there's everywhere there's same breeze across the race course, more or less what I see, but just very, very light. But the boats are still moving forward, which is the good thing, and the kites are still full of wind, so there's still enough wind to sail. It's just a very long course, so from the starting line to the upwind mark was 1.6 nautical miles. Yesterday we had 3 times more wind and our course was 1.8 miles, so it will be a long way to this downwind gate. Lots of opportunities here to maybe catch this like magical gust that only comes on the right side, or this magical shift that will be only on the left side. I mean, it is super tricky in light winds, unfortunately, and sometimes unpredictable, but luck is always with the good ones, we know that.
That's right, you make your luck. But just, it doesn't seem too bad. The kites are filling nicely. Alpha Plus going well as far as we can see. And if anything, I think probably Teasing Machine have gained a little bit from that jibe, Louise.
Yeah, it looks like I can see this as well, so maybe it was just the right moment at the right time, and then it doesn't need to look pretty, you just need to go for it. So if they jibe back now, I think they would easily cross Alpha Plus. Seems like there is a little bit more wind. I don't really see this on the water, but you can definitely see it in how much they extend. Very interesting. And also American Magic is just putting more and more pressure here on Alpha Plus. Seem to be going a little bit faster. I was already trying to understand why. So I was trying to see the differences in the kite. They look similar to me. Trying to see a difference in the heel of the boat. Looks similar. Trying to understand how many people are forward of the mast. So how's the pitch of the bow basically. How much does the bow goes down, and the waves looks also similar. I will need to ask this later, because this is interesting to watch, that American Magic slowly starts to get closer and closer, and Teasing Machine is just more difficult to compare because they might have a little bit different wind, a little bit of another shift. It doesn't seem like such a big difference between these boats right now, but in light winds this can already make a massive difference on what wind do you have there.
In the meantime, actually, Teasing Machine have opened out another 100 metres or so. Starting to look really quite solid in this conditions. What a beautiful backdrop though we have. You can still just see that ocean swell that Louise was talking about yesterday, rolling in from the Atlantic, but hardly discernible, but it's still there. So the fleet now well spread between Teasing Machine leading almost 800 metres back to Allegra. This fleet really can be an emotional roller coaster. So easy to go from a good day to a bad day. So Allegra then had a really solid opening, lying second, and lying a distant 11th in this race. But that's it, Louise. You have to roll with the punches and just come back stronger.
Yes, that's the only way, Andy. What doesn't kill us can only makes us stronger, right? And I'm at the downwind gate here, and teasing machine is already putting their jib up, the J1, so the biggest jib they have, to then be ready to drop the kite. I love the system of the drop of their kite. This is my favorite moment. If I could pick a moment in a race, it would be that one. This is just incredible. This kite is 270 meters square, and they suck it in a second. This is magic for me. I have never been in a place that is that big, in an apartment or house, and they are like doing magic with it to drop it.
So speaking of magic, American Magic just behind, actually, and going to the right-hand mark, looking upwind. But it is Teasing Machine leading through the lure gate. Change of course. American Magic on the right-hand mark, looking upwind. Teasing Machine on the left. Alpha Plus on the left, sorry, as well. Sorry, on the right. So what's your thoughts on the choices going up this second beat, Louise? In terms of selecting which mark and which way?
Very good question, Andy. I think you have to divide this second upwind in a couple of parts. So the first part here now is trying to get in clear air as fast as possible, because when you're in the front of the fleet, like Teasing Machine or Alpha Plus, you're rounding the downwind gate and you still have all the boats coming downwind, giving them all the bad air and makes you slow and not the angle you want to sail. So that's priority number one in this super light breeze, to get in free air in good wind on the good tack, because some things can hurt double. If you sail in bad air on a bad tack, so not in the face of the shifts, then it's double painful. But it looks like I would prioritize this for number one, which actually for me, Teasing Machine and American Magic did super well, as they are now tacked on port and sail in free wind already, while some other boats around at the other mark are still struggling a little bit with the bad air. And then I would focus on where's more wind. So we saw a little bit more wind on the right side, on that downwind, where Teasing Machine, also Paprick, made these gains. I would probably sail towards there. So this is the second part of the upwind, and then for the last part of the upwind, the upwind mark approach, I would think again, the upwind before there was this more pressure on the left side, but the right shift on the right side, I would try to position myself to the boats, because then it's also the importance that you play with the other boats, that you position yourself wisely to them, because in the end it's what you want to beat. You don't want to beat the wind, you want to beat the other boats to be in front of them.
Just looking to see how things are faring, but certainly a big split between Teasing Machine and Alpha Plus. So too Phoenix and American Magic. You feel like American Magic giving up third momentarily to Phoenix, just to be on the left, perhaps. And indeed, American Magic tacking to the left. Kind of just looking at it, seeing that perhaps there's a little bit less pressure. Of course, all the time now with Teasing Machine with this this lead, you can clearly see how they are doing relative to the breeze. Yeah, Alpha Plus for me just tacked and are coming back, and they seem to be on the edge of a breeze line perhaps, maybe just slightly lighter where they are. But really a fascinating race in this lighter breeze. But it's so hard in this fleet to make significant gains after you have a problem at the start, like the boats which were closed out or over the line. Sorry, which were closed out or were on the wrong side of that big shift. So it's really about using the best lanes of breeze just now, the best lanes of pressure. I think that actually Alpha Plus maybe have closed up to teasing machine quite significantly. It is pretty close, but they're still on opposite tacks. Teasing machine about 30 metres ahead of Alpha Plus. And they say American Magic working the left, and I think potentially in slightly more pressure. You can see the bow wave is more significant. Onboard and with American Magic, Harry Melgis there, listening to Terry Hutchison, Lucas Calabrese on the main sheet. This tussle between American Magic and Phoenix over third and fourth place. All these little matches going on just now. Teasing Machine Alpha Plus, Phoenix, American Magic, and Sled and Provezza. Provezza here now in sixth. So Louise, Teasing Machine, are they just kind of keeping a little bit of a cover on the fleet? What's your view on our race leaders just now, the French team of Eric de Turckheim?
Andy, I really like what Teasing Machine did earlier when they forced Alpha Plus to tack again, because they undertacked them so close that they could not continue sailing there. They had no free lane anymore. So they forced them again to go to the right side. And in that moment, it seemed like that there was just a little bit more wind on the left side. You were speaking about the wave on the bow on American Magic, and then also later on Teasing Machine. This must have, like, for me, this looked like a gain for teasing machine, super important game, because in this light breeze, every meter you can gain here is so good, because you don't really know what will happen next. It's so unpredictable right now that you have to take what you can. And I think teasing machine will stay on a loose cover, but will try whenever they can to hurt Alpha Plus. So force Alpha Plus to do another maneuver, send them again to the side they don't want to go to, which is, I think, the right side at the moment, as teasing machine is pretty keen to go towards the left side here. But so interesting to see different angles here across the boats. American Magic right now putting the bow a lot lower than, for example, teasing machine, though that they're on the same tag. And we are going to the upwind mark now, Andy, so I see you later.
Indeed, but this race is with the teasing machine at the moment over 100 metres ahead. Louise rightly pointing out what a nice move they had made to keep Alpha Plus out on the right side in slightly lighter breeze. Looking at the team on board Eric de Turckheim's boat, Laurent Page, America's Cup and Round the World racer and tactician. Mariana Lobato, who we spoke about yesterday, is a Portuguese ace who's a strategist and doing the runners, a former Olympic sailor, now sailing IMOCA's 2 times, I think, round the world racer. Then Émeric Chapelier is the navigator, a well-known French big boat sailor and ocean racer. Last did the Transact Jacques Vabre with Sam Goodchild 2 editions ago. And Christian Pontieu is the mainsail trimmer. Laurent Mahay is the Belgian jib trimmer. Paco Lepoutre is the downwind trimmer. Antoine Toulier is in the pit. Arnaud Vasseur and the one of the floaters and grinders. Yann Heberger is the other grinder. Frédéric Brousse and Bertrand Castelnerac all making up the team, which is leading this race number 3, approaching the windward mark. With a nice, I think, in the end, quite a fairly okay ley line by the looks of things, just settling into it. And it's always good to look back and see your main rival crossing behind you as you approach the windward mark. So Eric de Turckheim then, who said really he was expecting nothing. They're here to train, here to practice, but here they are leading the 3rd race. In the end, with quite a comfortable little lead. So, teasing machine round first, Louise.
In the first place here, they did a beautiful upwind, super clean, super easy, and now they're preparing for the last downwind here of race number 3. So first race of the day. I think they will go for a straight set and then probably wait and see what the boat behind them does. And there we see at the moment preparing, the boat is preparing. We see Paco Lepoutre, the downwind trimmer. He's actually my age. I sailed with him together in the 470, and I think it's awesome to see him in such a crucial position on the boat. So 28 years old, and he's the power of the downwind, making the boat go fast and hopefully extending their lead. We will see. But Alpha Plus is on pace, Andy. They had a bit better hoist, I would say. So they had more power coming out of that hoist. Already made some meters good, and it's like meter by meter you want to make good here to work forward. Now they put their staysail up faster. Oh, it will be interesting until the end, Andy.
I will, just watching how things are evolving behind, but I think Phoenix still ahead of American Magic. So all credit to them. But the fleet to say quite well spread out. Look at the difference between American Magic and the boats behind now. There's a good big gap. Just watching as two leading boats head off downwind. Quite even actually. I think that actually Alpha Plus, you said, Louise, better set. Got down inside teasing machine slightly. Meantime, Phoenix
Andy,
happy
this
to
was
go on, Louise.
this was so interesting to watch, Andy. So we playing the set, Alpha Plus went actually for a quite aggressive move. I love to see that, a little bit of punchy, a little bit of aggression. This is good. This is what we want, fighting. They want to go for that first place. They're not happy with the second. They want to go for the first. So teasing machine went full good hoist, like seemed good, and then it seemed like that they wanted to jibe. That's why they didn't put their staysail up yet. Alpha Plus was like full pushing, fast hoist, put the staysail up, and then teasing machine jibed, and they immediately covered. Like Tom Burton was on them, watching them, and immediately covered and followed them, and now the pressure is definitely on teasing machine. Interesting to watch now, I think, when you see these two boats, is that teasing machine is using their staysail and Alpha Plus doesn't. So we can see later, probably we should follow them a little bit to understand what's the better mode, which boat is going better, because this will be crucial. This is the final downwind. I don't think a lot more maneuvers will happen, so it will be the mode you're sailing, and when two boats are just next to each other, also the wind difference will be not the defining factor. It's like who's sailing faster and who's responding faster than on the next jibe, Andy.
Indeed. Watching this little scrap between Phoenix and American Magic as well. Phoenix have got away from the regatta leaders, who certainly on the strength of this result will increase their leading margin for the regatta, particularly as Alcedo are 5 places behind, I think 4 places behind, and Allegra are down in 11th just now. So big picture, this is a good race one way or another for American Magic, but a big morale boost for teasing machine.
And very interesting to see now the different angles. I can see them almost better in the tracking than on the water. And you see that American Magic needs to point a lot higher than, for example, Alpha Plus or teasing machine. So they have or less wind or another shift. But this is very, very crucial now as we are coming here to the last half of the downwind. I think the wind drops also over there, but then when you see the boats from the back coming closer, like Patrick, they have more speed, they can point lower, so pressure differences, but also shifts are different over the race course here.
Indeed, it seems a little bit lighter on this downwind, but for sure the top four boats have broken away. There's over almost 300 meters between American Magic and Value. So it's 3:45 local time. It's going to be interesting to see what Maria Torrijos decides to do for a second race. Do we feel, Louise, that this is the maximum wind strength we'll get for today?
I want to be confident and I want to believe that this is not the maximum wind strength of today. So I think we might wait a little bit or something. Or, I mean, you know, the boats are sailing. So why not doing a second race? I'm confident on that. As long as the kites are still full and the boats are moving forward, we are sailing. But it's just so interesting now we have this drone shot, Andy, where we could see the different angles of the boat, and now American Magic is rolling here into their jibe. They do inside jibes in this super light wind, so the end of the kite is flying inside and not outside as we've seen it yesterday. It's a little bit more tricky. The kite can get stuck. We saw this before with teasing machine, but that's how you roll in light winds. And now also teasing machine and Alpha Plus jibed, Phoenix jibed, most of the boats jibed, and they're on the lay line to the finish line. And teasing machine actually, I think, extended their lead slightly, Andy. This is how it looks for me.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They have a nice angle, sailing a little bit deeper than Phoenix, for example.
I think, Andy, all the boats also just got a little bit more pressure now again. The four leading boats, they have all their stay sail out, so they have a little bit more wind, so they want to use the maximum sail power they have. And the boats in the back, some of them are still sailing without, some with a little bit of a mix, but there's some more wind again, Andy, and I'm confident boats are sailing. Interesting that teasing machine extended their lead, but American Magic is definitely on Phoenix. Like, they're on them, and I can't really see if they have to do another jibe or if they can just go like this into the finish. Would be quite interesting to follow this.
It's hard to tell, but I think probably they would. But Phoenix hanging in there quite nicely just now. Maximum concentration, of course, for the helmsman Tony Norris on Phoenix. It was interesting listening to Cameron Appleton just talking about Andrea Lacourte feeling or enjoying the pressure of having the champions behind you, and I'm sure that's the case, albeit he's massively experienced and has won regattas, Tony Norris, but keeping American Magic behind is always a good feeling. However, let's see whether they can do that through the finish line. On board with American Magic, and see everybody's now low on the deck. Victor Diaz de Leon then the only person standing up. Or was just he's Terry Hutchison telling Terry Hutchison what he sees happening with the breeze. Everybody low in the boat, keeping the centre of gravity low.
For me, they're looking for an opportunity to pass Phoenix. They're probably trying to figure out if it makes sense to jibe out early, just cover their jibe of Phoenix. Like, they look for something to pass now Phoenix. I'm not sure if they have enough time, but who knows?
So final jibe then for Teasing Machine. First regatta of 2025 for them on the 52 Super Series, and race 3 is looking like it'll be a victory for the French team. Sled and Vayu scrapping away together over 5th and 6th. Still nothing very much in it between these two. Alpha Plus coming in with a little bit more speed than the French leaders of this race, but it will be a win for Eric de Turckheim and the team on board. Teasing Machine came here with limited low expectations, but they notch up a race win. Super high quality team, won most of the majors offshore. And then Alpha Plus coming through for second. Happy team as well. And then Phoenix will be through for third. And then American Magic for fourth. Louise, so all credit to Eric de Turckheim and the Teasing Machine team. From that perspective, did Alpha Plus put a foot wrong? Did they let Teasing Machine through, or what's your view? Similarly, same question applies with American Magic and Phoenix.
Andy, I think Alpha Plus did amazing. Like, they were leading this race today, like from the first half of the upwind, and then Teasing Machine sneaked in at the last meters in front of the upwind mark from the left side with a bit of more pressure. These are things like super hard to control for Alpha Plus, obviously. Like, absolutely, you have to decide, yes. Like, for one group you want to control it, so hard to say. And American Magic the same, you know, like in this light winds, very, very hard to predict and control what will happen next. But they did phenomenally well. It's so difficult to sail out here today, and to finish a race in the top 4 is always an incredible result, as it's a series and not only single races. So I think they did great.
They did great, but in the big picture then, American Magic move further ahead on the leaderboard. We'll look at that in a few minutes, but I'm sure that they're not too upset to finish behind Phoenix. Every place is always important, but meantime you have this battle between Sled and Vayu, splitting jibes away, and Vayu sailing away a little bit from the line just now. Sled jibe earlier and sailing a more direct course, and will, I think, get there for 5th place. Paprec behind them have recovered quite nicely, considering they were pretty much last, I think, across the start line anyway. sled ahead of Vayu. These two were battling all the way around the course, and then a 7th place for our other French team, Paprec. Through in 8th, and a little bit of time to wait, will be Platoon Aviation. Platoon 9th at the top mark, first time up. 10th at the top mark, second time up, so a little bit of a gain maybe. But once again, it's going to be quite close. I think at the moment, the momentum is probably with the blue boat, with the Italian team. So close on the line, but in the end, Alcedo get there just and no more. So in the end, it's a 9th for Platoon Aviation. 10th is looking like Provezza. And an 11th for Allegri. So tough for the team which were lying in second place going into this race, but all to the good for American Magic. Provezza through in 10th, and Allegri will get 11th. It's a very interesting race, Louise. Lots to talk about, but American Magic retaining a high level of consistency. Terry Hutchison always tells us you want a 4th or better in each race, and so far they're managing that comfortably with 2 seconds and a 4th now. But quite a spread through the fleet. So Louise, yes, I'm saying American Magic maintaining this high level of consistency with a 4th and 2 second places.
Andy, I think American Magic is just like a
You're
very
not allowed
good
to say
team,
they're
you know,
Magic.
they're super experienced. They're just super experienced. They feel comfortable in all the areas, and this helps so much when it's getting difficult. You know, it helps in general, but especially when it's getting difficult, then other teams start to struggle with speed, with starting, with different things. And when you're inconsistent, like over a range, then you just have this advantage. And they were like consistent. They were patient again, same as yesterday. So they said really well. And a 4th place is exactly what you want to have on a day like today, because you don't want to have a major, heavy, bad race, but you also don't need to have a win. We all like winning, okay? But it doesn't always need to be a win to win an event, actually, which is the interesting thing about sailing, I always think. But was just also very interesting in this race now to focus a little bit on all the different boats, I thought, and also all the designs of the Janakers. We can look at this at the next race again. So I saw some differences and noted them and wrote them down, because when you speak with the teams, this is not their favorite subject they like to talk with me about, to be very honest. They try to be very protective.
What do they like to talk about normally then, if they don't like to? What do they like to talk about other than Janakers?
Yeah, good question. But Janaker was not their favorite topic. They tried to be very secretive about this one. And this is one of my favorites, because as we know, my favorite moment of the race, the Janaka drop. But also I was happy to see Vayu in this little battle now just before the finish with sled. I spoke this morning with the helm of Vayu, and she told me she loves light wind. For her, 8 knots is perfect. She really likes it. She's from Thailand, and she said like 7 to 10 knots are her favorite wind strength. So I think she had a blast today in these super light conditions out here.
Indeed, she's got a great feel for the boat and for keeping it powered up in light winds. So we look forward to seeing that interview. But in the meantime, let's look at the standings after race 3. And then we'll take a little bit of a break. So American Magic then moving 6 points clear after 3 races ahead of Alcedo Vitamina, getting away with an 8th today in that first race of the day. Allegra get 11, and so they're now 2 points behind Alcedo Vitamina. Paprec hanging in there in 4th, 737 for 17 points. Pravetsa 3510 now for 18 points, same points as Vayu. Teasing Machine on 20, 21 for Alpha Plus, 21 for Phoenix, and 22 for Sled, and 23 for Platoon Aviation. So overall then really, of course, that gap for American Magic, 6 points clear, but behind really there's nothing in it in terms of points. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then hopefully we should go into race 4 very quickly. We'll speak to you then.
I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Go and line them up. It's fine with us. Come on, line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. Fine with us. Line up. I said go and line up. It's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us.
In the club you scream, God like gaze, you're so beautiful, but you're not for me. I can't sleep lately, I'm just trying to find peace. Classic melodies, I just wanna be free. I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I'm always you. It wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I'm always you. It wasn't you, it wasn't you. And she said, boys out here coming from a mile away, not as sleek as you think. DMs early in the AMs, I'm not Becky from the street. All this time, baby, our love was so deep. You can't sleep lately, but what about me? I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I'm always you. It wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I'm always Why you look surprised when we've done this all before? I'm not sure the highs really make up for the lows. When words don't work and I get hurt somehow, I feel like I'm the worst. Manipulation overload, but babe, this time I'll steal the show. Please listen close. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart. Stop drumming on my heart. Stop drumming on my heart. Out of sync and out of touch, and maybe even out of love. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. Got me black and blue, making me wanna walk. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart.
Locked in my head, romanticizing forever. Last love I found, knees met the ground and all my roses died. Swore I was through, but looking at you, I think I changed my mind. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Dive in at first and all of it. Oh, what a rush, looking into your eyes, playing it off like it's different this time. Let's break our own hearts for the fun of it. One look and I'm dying to run the risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? My God, don't we look good together? I should be running away, but so what, whatever. Oh, last love I found, knees met the ground and all my roses died. Swore I was through, but looking at you, I think I changed my mind. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Dive in at first and all of it. Oh, what a rush, looking into your eyes, playing it off like it's different this time. Let's break our own hearts for the fun of it. One look and I'm dying to run the risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? You're a bad idea. Oh, but every time I see you, all reason and logic cut their losses. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Dive in at first and all of it. Oh, what a rush, looking into your eyes, playing it off like it's different this time. Let's break our own hearts for the fun of it. One look and I'm dying to run the risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Party all night, go until the dark skies. I'll party all night, I'll party all night, I'll party all night. Give me one more dose and I'll party all Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Tell me something, it might just take the pain away. See, I've been thinking a million things I want to say. Now I'm looking in your eyes, but I'm wandering to your lips. See, I'm trying to keep it cool while I'm hovering for the kiss. 'Cause I've been eating you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. Know you like a margarita with the hot spice. Love the taste of paradise. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. Took your number from a friend, but I never call. I never call. I never call. I started writing a DM, didn't sleep at all. Not awake that night. And every time I go out, I'm looking around to see you there. Where are you? My heart skips beating when your perfume's in the air. 'Cause I've been eating you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. Know you like a margarita with the hot spice. Love the taste of paradise. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. No, it's never been the right time.
I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. said whoever got next is fine with us. Go and line 'em up. That's fine with us. Go and line 'em up. Fine with us. Fine with us. Line up. I said go and line up. Yes, fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us.
Well, there we go. 11 teams racing here, 9 different nations, and it is one of the teams which are having their first regatta of the season. Eric de Turckheim's teasing machine running away with the comfortable race victory in the end, leading at each and every mark. We're inside the 5-minute time for the 5-minute countdown for the second race of the day. We've had some small delays, but the breeze is still in, probably 6 to 7 knots. A small delay for, I think, a ship going through, Louise. But how's it looking just now, and what do we need the likes of Platoon Aviation to do? They struggled in that race, as did Allegri. This is the chance to shine, the chance to come back and put a good high quality score on the scoreboard.
Andy, yes, we had, I think, just the slowest cruise ship I've ever seen in my life passing finally through our race course. Oof, they made it. So now we're back, eager to race, ready to race. There's wind. I think we have again like 6 to 8 knots. It looks great. A little bit more consistent over the race course than in the race before, actually. So that will be better for the boats. It's then a little bit easier. And what can Platoon Aviation do? I want all the teams to do great, obviously. And for me, it seems like they should try to simplify. You know, sailing is super complicated, but also super easy on the other side. Because in the end, you just have to start well, sail fast, and do the right decisions. In theory, in hindsight, but it's super difficult.
It's funny that, Louise, because you say that. And that's what Vasco says. It's fairly straightforward. You've got to just do the simple things. You've got to ping the committee boat. You've got to pick your position you want to start on the line. You've got to pick which side you want to go up the first beat. And then when you break it down into component parts, it is super simple. But really, this is a complex and dynamic race area. And we saw that again. Clearly, on that last start, there was 3 or 4 boats which started badly. Either were closed out of the committee boat into the line, or missed or on the wrong side of that shift off the line. But we have just under 2 minutes, 1 minute 45 to the start. What do you see on the start line? Interesting to watch how, for example, Phoenix are shaping up much the same as they did before. Just trying to find themselves a little bit of a space. American Magic have sled below them, and Eric de Turckheim and the team on teasing machine way up above the line of the committee boat, so they clearly want the right, Louise.
Andy, I agree with you. I checked the line again with my little compass and it's square, at least to the upwind mark, so that's good. So now it just depends on the shifts the boat have for the start. Just looking on it now, how the bow is towards the starting line, seems like that there's a little bit more of a right shift than a left shift, but not major. I don't know exactly the number, but not like really defining to where to start. And you can also see more boats starting now at the left side, and not as the start before, where all the boats were like really committed and fighting for the race committee. And I think Platoon Aviation here, leeward of the fleet, is doing exactly what I said. Simplify, you know, like now they just want to start well, get off the starting line, and then go forward step by step. And there are still some boats fighting for the committee. So American Magic for me has again a very good position, just leeward of this group and in space to leeward, which you want because you need so much time in this light breeze to accelerate. And now the boats are accelerating, Andy.
They are accelerating. Just looking at Prevezza would worry me slightly for potentially being over the line. Platoon a little bit slow in the end, off the pin end of the line. Bow 9 is over then, yeah. But Platoon Aviation trying to go time and distance at the pin end of the line. They have got plenty of space to build speed in. Phoenix getting off the line quite nicely as well. Potentially a little bit quicker and better timing than Platoon Aviation. American Magic starting well and with a reasonable lane. They have Sled below them, Sled having to dig and build speed, separate out a little bit from American Magic. And the French team on Teasing Machine going for the early right with a tacking almost immediately on the boat. So interesting, Louise, then Teasing Machine getting away out to the right early on. Phoenix, who were, I think, were actually our early leaders at this point in the previous race, doing well just now. Platoon Aviation have something to work on, but for Platoon Aviation they have to get clear or affect Phoenix or wait for Phoenix to tack. Allegra also going out to the early right. But Louise, give us your evaluation of Platoon Aviation's position.
Andy, Platoon Aviation was a bit late in the acceleration for the start. Unfortunately, they were first bow back, but now they seem off to come with, like, they recovered and now they have a bit of a better pace than Phoenix that is just on top of them. I'm just here leeward of Platoon Aviation and they slowly but surely squeeze off Phoenix. So Phoenix will go for the attack probably very soon as American Magic just cleared their way by tacking. So they will allow them to tack and then gives Platoon Aviation all the options they want. This race looks far better than the race they had before. So they're on it. They want more. I really liked also the start actually by Teasing Machine. They were able to tack out and immediately cross Allegra. That's a good start, I like that. Now they go for the right side, they are committed. They want to win that right side. Let's see if they convert it and wait for Platoon to tack soon here from the left side. I like always to have the extremes, you know. One boat on the left, one boat on the right. This is more exciting for us, Andy, to watch, to follow and to talk about.
Indeed, and as you say, Teasing Machine out on that right side. I kind of fancy there's a little bit more pressure where Platoon Aviation are at the moment, certainly than relative to American Magic when we saw their last shots with them. Though on board they seem to be moving quite nicely. But if you look at our overhead drone shot, always gives you a good picture. And for me, in the middle of the course at the moment, perhaps a little bit lighter breeze. But it's all about pressure and shift, Louise, isn't it?
Andy, you're absolutely right. And when with the drone you get such a nice perspective. I wish as a sailor sometimes you would have the same images and then just zoom upwards like the course to the upward mark and then go there where the next shift and pressure is coming. This would be a dream, but no, these sailors don't have this, so they have to sail with what they actually have. They have a lot of technology on board, but they can't use drone image like this. So it's hard because when you look on the water, it's a little bit gray, you don't really see pressure differences. Not easy, but Platoon is very committed here to the left side. They're sailing all alone, but super happy here out to the left. So I wouldn't be surprised if they really try to push that side, maybe go for one tack, and they're convinced. They're convinced by it. Let's see how that works out for them.
Just watching the dynamic on board, Vasco. Just keeping helmsman Marcus Visa in the loop, but they really are very committed out on that left side now. Big separation then for the meantime, but out on the right, I think Allegre, the best of the boats on that side, with Teasing Machine once again. Alpha Plus over on the right. So unfortunately then for Provezza, then being over the start line really has cost them straight off the bat. So finally Platoon Aviation decide to tack. Let's see how this works out for Vasco Vascotto and the team on Platoon Aviation. We of course have Javier de la Gandera, our local expert who we spoke with. He is in the Platoon Aviation corner, one of the most experienced and successful sailors in this area. But in terms of wind strength, you can see that with all the legs inboard and bodies on the deck, it's still pretty light there. Allegre potentially our new leader on that right side. However, I like American Magic now getting pressure in the middle of the course. But Louise, it's changing all the time. It's all about the strands, the streaks of breeze. Do we look at the...
Oh yes, and the pressure is still quite a lot up and down and really shifty as well. Like, I didn't expect Teasing Machine now to be so low in that right corner with like not so much wind, and then American Magic on top of them with like just a little bit more pressure. They can now put the bow a little bit higher. So not easy at all, to be very honest, and very hard to predict. So you really want to actually minimize your risk here, but it's always hard to define what does it mean minimize risk, because sometimes you have to sail to the outsides of a course because there's more wind, you want to get the pressure first, there's the shift earlier, but then you also allow the other boats to extend more from you, so you have less control. So then you maybe rather want to sail through the middle, as American Magic really likes to do. So it's always difficult to understand what is it that means like reducing risk, and it changed in a race course, it changed in a race, the definition of it. So super hard now what the sailors have to do.
On board with Paprec, who we see in third place just now. Cedric Chateau there on the helm. But really, places changing all the time in this race, all the time there in the foreground. You can see the mainsail, the top of the mainsail of Platoon Aviation. So a bold call for the German flag team, the 2023 champions. Remember, they started pretty slowly last season with their brand new boat and made a late charge into Valencia, finishing up second behind American, or Quantum as they were then, American Magic. But Phoenix and American Magic side by side there, now starting to see the bow of Platoon Aviation.
Andy, I'm just here on top of Platoon Aviation, windward of them. And at the beginning it looked, terrible for Platoon Aviation. It looked like that they're behind the entire fleet. But now, as we're sailing here towards the upwind mark and we're getting closer and closer, there's more pressure again coming in from the left side. So from the perspective I have right now, Platoon Aviation looks great. They're crossing the entire fleet on port. Not quite sure if they will make it onto American Magic, but they have a little bit more wind here, a little bit of a shift. So very happy sailing right now if you're on Platoon Aviation, because it's so good when you're crossing the fleet on port. This is the second best moment of a race after the Janaka drop. But this feat's powerful because you don't have right of way, but it's a little bit of risk all the time because you might need to take when the gusts stop, and it's thrilling, this moment. I really like this.
So we're just watching to see how that evolves on board with American Magic, just watching the body language and the crew trim. So important to keep the boat powered up, but not overpress it. A little bit of heel, of course, reduces the wetted surface and keeps the boat moving, but in the end I think American Magic will cross just ahead of Platoon Aviation. Platoon Aviation coming across on port, crossing ahead of Sled. May just decide to go behind Phoenix. Phoenix having a good race though, all in all. They could be one of the top scoring boats of the day. Phoenix did finish on the podium, in fact, here in 2022. Third in that last race, first race of the day, were Phoenix. Back on board with Paprec. Paprec, one of the most right-hand boats for the moment, in second. Little bit of leverage on American Magic for them. Can just see they've got a little bit more pressure, but American Magic tack back, consolidate their position. As we see, Paprec going nicely though. Louise, always these tacks and in this breeze cost you.
Oh, definitely, yes. Every maneuver you do slows you down, and we still have this ocean swell rolling into as well, so that's also not very beneficial then to do a maneuver. But if there is a shift or if there is more pressure on one side, this is actually a bigger gain than doing another tag, so you really want to go for it. And sometimes also you just need to step out again to secure the other boats. I'm not sure why American Magic tagged there if they had a shift. Usually they really focus on the shifts. This is something they focus on the strategy on and in their tactics, but also on other boats, so it might be a combination of both things. And I'm now going to the upwind mark, Andy, and I see you there.
Good, so as I said, Paprec strengthening their hand a little bit. They were furthest to the right, but when we look at our overhead shot from the drone, at the Windward Market shows you the streaky, patchy breeze. Loic Perron, of course, the tactician on the Paprec. Just keeping the boat moving. So could this be a great day for the French? It's a long way to go in this race, obviously, but Paprec and Teasing Machine proving competitive. So Alpha Plus tacking into the lee bow position on Paprec. Alpha Plus having a pretty good day, second in the first race. These boats coming in from the left with a little bit of pace, but in the end I think American Magic are certainly going to cross on starboard. But Louise, I don't think American Magic are laying the mark. They may have to put another hitch in. It's going to be super close and exciting rounding.
You're absolutely right.
So difficult for Paprec. Paprec just looked to be a little bit shy on the ley line, and as they get closer to the mark, they will end up with less wind pressure in the dirty air from American Magic just now. So really solid first upwind from American Magic, minimising the risk, but getting down with the lead. Regatta leaders. Paprec squeeze round in second. Alpha Plus in third. Vayu fourth. So fifth for Platoon Aviation. Phoenix sixth. Teasing Machine seventh. They're really very close up the front between Paprec and Alpha Plus. Vayu getting down inside them, may elect to roll into their jibe perhaps. That's what they're doing. So sled round in 8th, Alcedo Vitamina 9th, 10th Allegra and 11th Provezza over the start line, unfortunately. And to be honest, Louise, Provezza were my tip for the regatta, but having a little bit of a tough time today. 10th in the first race today and 11th at the moment. So how do you see this run, Louise? It's looking fairly even. Only boat to have jibed so far was Vayu.
Andy, I really liked how Alpha Plus kind of sneaked up their way on this first speed and arrived in second at the upwind mark. Haven't quite saw exactly how they did every step, but they probably just sailed super clean and they're fast, as they've proved the race before. And now they're just on the back of American Magic, so they're on it. They really want to deliver today after the frustration from the penalty yesterday, and they're so good. So let's see if they can bring this one home just behind American Magic, or maybe even still overtake. Who knows? Everything can happen. Don't quite understand why Vayu jibed as the first boat just after the set mark. There's so little wind because all the other boats are still coming with their bad air, and it needs some time until you have again the full wind strength, which is in general not a lot. We speak about 6 knots, but we will see later if this actually paid off for them. Just think it's great that the helm, our only female helm here at the fleet at the moment, Nopakao, is sailing this boat so fast. She arrived in 4th place there at the upwind mark. She likes the light wind, and I hope this early jibe paid off for them.
Indeed, so Alpha Plus, I think just ahead of a Paprec by the looks of things. Seem to have managed to escape a little bit from the French boat, but
Where are you? I'm off on the side of Quanto.
but so much of this speed in these light airs is down to the feel and the focus of the helmsman and the communication with the trimming team.
It's very, very light now, and we just saw it in the jibe. The boat was just able to turn to make the Janaka fly around. Not easy now, as you just mentioned as well. And each time the boats get a little bit of breeze, they put the staysail out. The sail they just put up for the downwind, which is not a jib, which is a staysail. And then once the wind drops again, they put it in again, and they just use the Janaka and the mainsail. So a lot of things to still think about in this super light breeze. You can't just go for a cruise. There's so many things to consider. They're 2 or 1.5 knots more, and you all of a sudden use another sail. So I always find this impressive. From the outside, these boats look so peaceful now, so calm in this gentle, smooth breeze. But then once you're on board, you know that there are so many things still going on and have to happen fast. Because sometimes, just a matter of a second, you need to take a decision to gain another meter. And meter by meter, these are so crucial here.
So Louise, you were talking to Nopakao Poonpat this morning, the young former Optimist world champion who's steering Alpha Plus. What did you learn about her?
Exactly, she's steering Vayu, and I like her so much. I think she's a credible female sailor. She's just sailing Vayu for fun, so she doesn't come so often. She sailed at Saint-Tropez as well, and here, and she loves light breeze. She's from Thailand, so whoever already sailed in Thailand knows that they're famous for their light breeze. And when I asked her, so okay, what do you mean with light breeze? She said yeah, everything below 7 knots. So as a German, We are used to strong winds.
You're used to going
Sometimes we don't
sailing
even
from
go
7 knots
sailing when
upwards.
they're less than 7 knots.
Yeah.
Exactly. So for her, 7 to 10 knots is medium wind, and she loves that. So she is having a blast out here, I guess. She really likes this tricky racing, and when you need to be so sensitive with the weather, so smooth. She loves racing in this fleet. She really likes the team she's racing in. They help her so much, and she's having a super good time here in Bayona, and just enjoys every moment here she can have. And she also mentioned again that in the stronger breeze the rudder is actually getting really loaded, so there's a lot of pressure on the rudder. She has to hold it with both hands, and that's why also in the more lighter wind she's just having a great time.
And she's a qualified pharmacist, works as a pharmacist.
Look, this I didn't learn. That's good to know.
But great to see you getting the opportunity to race at this level with the Whitcraft family team in 5th in this race. But from memory, the Vayu team were here in Bayona in 2022, and they really started quite well in the early part of the regatta. The conditions then were much the same as we have today. These are light breezes, flat water. But American Magic just creeping away from Alpha Plus very slightly. Correspondingly, Alpha Plus have got away from Paprec.
I like the onboard shots we had just now. They're from Paprec. You could see the main people working right now super hard. It was interesting to see the tactician, yes, the helmsman, standing and trying to steer the boat as smooth as they can. And then also the downwind trimmer trying to fly the kite, easing, because you always want to ease, you want to give the kite some air, but just until it goes, and then the grinder in the middle has to grind it back in. So he actually doesn't like when the kite trimmer eases, because that's a lot of work for him. But as a kite trimmer, you want to have this kite flying that it can breathe. And if I now look in the profiles of the kites from the back, they're different. It's quite interesting, because in the end, all the kites go all the boats go more or less the same speed. I don't see a boat here now going significant faster or significant slower, but the profiles are a little bit different. So some are more close in the end, some are more open in the end. Very interesting. But in the end, these boats, they are already so developed that you look for such small improvements, but they will make the difference, Andy.
They will indeed. And it's of course in terms of the kite profile and shape, it's a lot of it's personal choice, how the team like to sail, how the trimmers like to sail, really down to personal preferences. And there's been quite a lot of changes in terms of the sail designers, maybe worth doing a little bit more of a deep dive. We know, for example, that the sled team, the North New Zealand loft is closed, so they now have all their sails made from North Japan, for example. But approaching the leeward gate, top three are reasonably clear. American Magic, Alpha Plus and Paprec.
Almost. We are changing the course from the gate to the window mark. New distance 1 mile from the
Are we hearing a change of course there, Louise?
new distance 1 mile.
Andy, I can hear a change of course. Maria just shortened the course, so now the new distance is 1 mile. I think
Wow.
this is really good because the race is already going on for quite a lot. So there will be now shorter course, but also the wind dropped, Andy.
1 mile. New
Indeed.
distance 1 mile from the gate to the window mark. Same bearing.
Yeah, I mean a 1 mile beat is pretty short for this for 52 Super Series, but Maria clearly just wanting to get the race finished, keep it fair and equable as best as possible. So through the lure gate, first is American Magic. It will be at Alpha Plus. Through next. So Alpha Plus through in second. Top three starting to separate out slightly. Patrick have Platoon Aviation quite a distance behind now. Everybody going round the left-hand mark, looking upwind, Louise. With the exception of Platoon.
Seemed like. I also think Vayu would take the other mark, but yes, clearly these three boats took this mark. But I think this was also a matter of that they wanted to avoid another maneuver, another jibe, because it just cost time and meters then. And for now, I think on downwind, this side was a little bit better, so the left side. That's why probably also they first wanted to go over there, but also to get the free air again. I explained at the race before, when you are in a good position, you round this downwind gate in the front, and you have all the bad wind coming down from the bones behind you, so you have to clear yourself first after the downwind gate before you can like tack back or tack in another position or something, because especially in this light breeze you need as free wind as possible. This will make such a big difference. But American Magic looks quite strong right now here on top on the left side, just below them Alpha Plus and followed by Patrick. So now they're on top of the entire fleet, also the boats that rounded the other mark. This is such a good position, Andy. Then you are like, you feel safe, you know, then you can really focus on your speed and just wait for the next move that will happen. So, must be a good vibe at the moment there on American Magic. Happy sailing.
Indeed, they look to be pretty confident and low stress at the moment. Really everything going well for them. All the time, minimal risk, and clearly, Louise, they have boat speed.
And they seem to be fast. And also if I compare them now with the boats more leeward of them, so like Platoon Aviation or Vayu who rounded the other mark, I can see the entire crew hiking on American Magic, all the sailors sitting out there and trying to push with their body weight out. And then on Platoon Aviation or Vayu, I can just see half of the sailors hiking, the others are still half in, so there is definitely a little bit less pressure. This is painful. for the boats on the right, but even better for the boats on the left. So I'm happy I'm on the left here, Andy.
I'm happy you're on the left too, Louise. But it's once again, it's quite a big spread through the fleet. Deltas open up in these light conditions. I'm sure that if a Paprec can hang in there for a third, they are 1 point behind Allegra in the Regatta standings. So they would move up to third, and believe it or not, Paprec were also lying third overall for the circuit standings.
On these onboard shots now of Paprec, we can see how light the wind is actually for this boat where they are right now. Like, all the crew was sitting inside the boat, so there was even not enough wind for them to go out to sit there with their body weight. And it's so interesting to see the runner all the time playing with his sheet, ease, trim back in, ease, trim back in. So actually, Jérôme Noquet is pretty busy there. And in this slight wind, the runner is so crucial. It's actually a jib trimmer and a main trimmer at the same time. Because each time you put the runner on, you also flatten the jib and the main. And when you ease it, you make them fuller again. Because the wind is so light that you don't really play with the main sheet or the jib sheet. So it's all on the runner. So that person is pretty busy. And you put a lot of load on these runners. Many tons he has to ride on there. It's actually quite physical. They're usually quite out of breath doing this. Though that it looks easy, it's definitely not.
So there you're seeing the projected results. If things carried on with the position stayed the same through the finish line as they are on the water at the moment, when American Magic would be on 9 points, Alquero Vitamina on 23 points, I think, Paprec 23, Alpha Plus, sorry, 20, 20, 21, 21, Allegra 25, 27 for Platoon Aviation, Teasing Machine, and Provezza Phoenix, and Sled. Who would have thought then, after 4 races, that Sled would be in 11th place? However, it's plenty more racing to go on race 4. But Alpha Plus really having a great day at the moment. Started off, as Louise has said a few times, that penalty in the first race, or the first race yesterday, finishing penalty. Remember, the impeded the boat coming through. In fact, it was Paprec, wasn't it, coming through the finish line? They had to recross the line and take 11th place. That really cost them quite a few points. It cost them 4 places at the time, but coming back today, bouncing back at the moment with 2 second places.
Look, it got even lighter. Now the crew is even sitting leeward of the boat, so there's not enough wind anymore for the boat itself to heel. So that's why the crew is also going leeward to help a little bit. And you would always think, I find it fascinating, because in the end what is one person making of a difference? But it actually does, because the whole crew is allowed to have a weight of 1,050 kilogram. And if you take half of the crew and you put them on leeward, this is 500 kilo. This is a lot. So that's why it makes such a difference if the crew is dynamic and moves with the boat, adjusts like on the wind strength. It will help the boat to sail faster, to create the heel they want, and then you're better. If you sail faster, you're better.
So certainly a better race for platoon aviation for Marcus Wieser, Vasco Vescotto and the team in fourth just now. Need to get themselves off the bottom rung of the ladder. Going into this race on 23 points, 1 point behind Sled, 2 points behind Phoenix, 2 points behind Alpha Plus, Teasing Machine, 3 points ahead of them. So really every point, every place counts, even in this race.
Viento, déjanos acabar esta regata, por favor.
So Louise, even there, I say, even in this at this stage in the regatta, psychologically there's a big difference. Even there's not a big difference in points, psychologically there's a big difference between 11th and 10th in this fleet. And hopefully this result, as I say, should take platoon aviation off the bottom step on the ladder. Great shot there of the American Magic team. All we're seeing is feet, and then everybody comes up as they're just a knot more in pressure. Add the little bit of extra righting moment, power the boat up a couple of percent more, build the speed again, keep the speed building. Louise, what do you see as the dynamic on American Magic, the setup now with Harry steering, Victor calling strategy, and Terry tactician, Sarah Stone navigator? How do you see it working in terms of what information is Victor giving to Terry? Terry clearly has a clear view of the race course. He's always watching everything that's going on. I'm just interested in what you see as Victor's role. What information is he feeding in? He's quite dynamic on the boat. He's always moving around.
I think they have a great dynamic on American Magic. I spoke this morning with Laura Polisak also, and she said that she really likes how they work together as a team. Like, kind of everyone focus on their own tasks and what they have to do, but then they help each other in the team and they work together to work their magic, right? Like arriving here on first at the upwind mark, and Victor de Leon is a very dynamic person. He's an outstanding good sailor, and I see his position more as a consultant for Terry. Terry has to focus a lot on Harry and on the other he's managing the team, so he has to focus as well on the other crew members, and that's when Victor Diaz de Leon can keep the head out and advise Terry on what he sees or what he thinks should be the next best move. Now you see him looking around, so he's probably trying to understand, shall we still go for a straight hoist, shall we go for a jibe set, where do I see the next pressure again, what is happening with the other boats behind us. So he's like a third and a fourth eye for Terry, which is super
American
important.
Magic comes away from. Sorry, go on, Louise.
And I think this is super important in these big teams, Andy.
Indeed. Anyway, American Magic leading towards the offset. We're seeing a big comeback with a left shift, I think, for Alcedo. And also Vayu. Let's see how that plays out. But at the moment, American Magic leading Alpha Plus second, Paprec third, but Alcedo, I think, Louise, in fourth, just sneaking in ahead of Platoon.
Alcedo had a nice left shift here coming into the upwind mark, whereas Platoon Aviation had a little bit less wind there on the right side. They were really needed time to finally arrive at this upwind mark, Andy. So what a comeback there by the Italians.
Vayu then in sixth, staying pretty solid. But pretty light conditions all in all. So this is the offset mark, Paprec. That blue kite set, nice set also from Alcedo, Vitamina. This, if they can hold on to fourth place, that will do their challenge for the podium no harm at all. Eighth in race 3. But really you have to reflect that in this fleet, I mean, obviously American Magic are standing out at the moment, but otherwise I don't think I've ever seen the fleet so dynamic in terms of the potential for winning races or finishing at the back of the fleet. It's incredible how the differences between teams from race to race. Good teams really with huge talents on board. You look at Prevezza, for example, and Allegra, really solid opening day, 5-point day. Now potentially slumping to a 20 or a 21-point day. Same with Prevezza over the start line that time. But they're looking at the same, a 10 and a 10 and 11 or a 10 and a 10, something like that. 10 and a 10 at the moment. Teasing Machine today going 1 and 11. You really have to have nerves of steel to race in this fleet, eh, Louise?
Absolutely, Andy, especially on a day like today. I mean, I think Teasing Machine is the best example for it, winning the last race and now being here in last place, unfortunately. And they started well and they looked good after the start, but then American Magic, who just tagged later than them, had more pressure. So it's a difficult day, especially this super light breeze doesn't make it any easier in such a competitive fleet. And you do a tiny mistake and you have to pay so big for it. That hurts, but it also makes it exciting, because who likes boring racing? Just the sailors, but not us.
I don't think the sailors like boring racing, but they like good results. They'll take a boring race for a race win, but I don't think winning's boring. Paprick then under pressure from Alcedo C. Cameron Appleton watching how Platoon trying to rise above them and take their wind. But it's great racing still, even though the breeze is quite light. On board here with Alcedo Vitamina. Andrea Lacorte, a great recovery from the Italian team on that second beat. A nice left-hand shift at the top of the beat, bringing them back into fourth place, ahead of Platoon Aviation. How's this run looking now, Louise? We're watching a little bit of separation between Paprick and Alcedo Vitamina on the right. The boats on the left seem to have a line of a lighter pressure.
Oh yes, Andy, and we've seen Alcedo now all the time with their stay sail out, and they reduced the distance actually to Paprick, and now they also put it back in because they're going for a jibe, but Platoon Aviation is covering their jibe. They spotted them, they just waited for them, so that's actually painful, very painful for Alcedo, Andy, because Platoon jibed exactly in the spot where they will give them now all the bad wind. Maybe they have enough separation, but I'm not sure, because in these light winds you have to rotate your bows so much up to get wind. So maybe they're just clear now, but it's definitely something extra they have to worry about. And as a new team, you want to have as less worries as possible. But that's even better for Paprick, who now happily continue. But they're getting closer to ley line here. I would say they maybe still have another 30 seconds or something until they have to jibe. So they also will get ready soon to roll into their jibe. And then we will see what was better, jibing earlier or jibing later. For now, it doesn't look too bad what Paprick does, actually, because I see a bit more pressure here than where I see the other boat, for example, American Magic jibed quite early. But this can be also just another perspective, and we know how fast this also changed, so we have to wait until the end.
We do. I'm not really liking what Alpha Plus have done, but it's hard to see. We're not really got the clear picture, but seem to just be in a lighter strand of breeze for the moment. Paprick just completing their jibe. Cedric Chateau, the helmsman on Paprick. Again, what the French would call a real polyvalent sailor, an all-rounder offshore racer in Class 40, doing the transats and things like that, but at the same time also a champion match racer in his own right. Coming out of that jibe quite nicely with a nice bit of speed. Loic Perron brings so much energy to this team. Talked to Stefan Neve, the project manager and mainsail trimmer, and he talks of the Loic factor. Everybody wants to work to that extra percentage because they have a legend of French ocean racing on board. Loic 64 and without doubt one of the most energetic and charismatic sailors in the fleet.
Andy, I'm on my way here to the finish line, and American Magic is already on the lay line to the finish. Maybe they have to do another jibe. I'm not so sure yet, but they definitely extended their lead to Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus still didn't jibe. You mentioned it earlier that you're not so sure about how they did this downwind. I'm not so sure neither. I hope this works out for them, but it just seems like that they had lighter wind over there at the right side if you're looking upwind. So I hope they can still cross the other boats, but it will get close, Andy.
It will. I mean, I was just looking at the potential scores for the day, and if Alpha Plus can hold on to that second place, they'd be the top scoring boat with 2 seconds. But watching Paprec. But for sure at the moment, no mistaking who's taking command of this regatta just now. American Magic Quantum Racing. Yeah, that call from Paprec, as Louise said, sailing out to the right, sailing in a nice strand of pressure, going fast and actually sailing quite deep towards the finish line. They could steal second on this final run of the day. Jean-Luc Petithuguenin, the owner of the Paprec team, he said always ambitious. He wanted the team to finish on the podium this season, and you might have considered that a lofty ambition, a fanciful idea, but the way they're sailing at the moment, not beyond the realms of possibility, but really, anyway, credit at the moment to American Magic, going 4-1 for the day. Only team to be still in single digits, 9 points from 4 races, well within Terry Hutchison's 4-point average per race. So they go through. Now then, what's going to happen behind? It does look like it's going to be the blue kite of the French team, stealing second with a great final run. Good move out to the right into the better pressure.
Are you on the line? Are you on the line? Yeah.
And in the end, Louise, I think we may be seeing Alcedo Vitamina stealing third, perhaps. Well then, Loic Perron looks happy, but he looks mentally drained. His shoulders go down, and but congratulations all around. There's Jean-Luc Petithuguenin with the sunglasses, his arms crossed. Owner of the Paprec team, and indeed Paprec Recyclage, the huge recycling company that he's built up. And there we go in third, Alcedo Vitamina. They were 9th at the top mark first time up. Congratulations there to owner driver Andrea. And I think that in the end, actually, a 4th for Platoon Aviation on the line, pipping Alpha Plus. So Louise, a tough break for Alpha Plus, coming down that final run, second at the top mark, 5th through the finish line. Value coming through for 6th. So mentally tough day, Louise, all in all, for all the teams. It's hard mentally in these light conditions, making the choices and seeing how they play out. Phoenix ending up with 7th in this race. 8th, I beg your pardon. Sled gets 7th.
Oh yes, Andy. I think that was a full headache day again. Oh my god, I already said it yesterday, but today was, I think, headache and nail biting. So I think the sailors are tired tonight for sure, but just by the complexity of the day as well. You know, that it was so light breeze, but it made it so difficult to sail and so complex and so unpredictable. American Magic really showed some magic there. Like they were almost
Louise,
unbeatable, like always in the
tomorrow
front.
You're not allowed to use American. You're not used to use magic in the sense of the word magic. Verboten.
But it was. It was truly amazing to see this. Like they were just consistent better. You know, they were just really good. And then how Patrick sneaked in here. I really like to see this just by extending a little bit more and basically waited until the other teams make a mistake, because that's what happened. The teams in the past dived out earlier. They just were happy to keep on going and finished 2nd there. Great job. And then the comeback of the Italians. Wow, I like to see these things because that's so strong for a new team. It's not about winning every race for them yet, but the ability to come back is what you need to win a series or win an event, because not always things go great, especially not when you're new, but then you have to fight back and to have the team vibe on it. I like to see that. They always give them high fives. Also in the race before, they were so happy to finish 4th, I think they did in the race before. Super nice. And now we have Allegra, Andy.
Now we have Allegra. Allegra were 2nd in the regatta yesterday at this point, and today going an 11th in that first race. And what is it they're getting now? 10th, 9th indeed, Allegra. Provezza also having a tough day, 10 and 10. Just one boat behind, which is Teasing Machine, who have had the extraordinary 1st and 11th, which you have to say is just a little bit inconsistent. But all credit to them for winning that first race, first regatta of the season for them. And I'm really liking the way Pat Preck are sailing. All in all, not one of the big super strong teams, well resourced, but sailing smart, as indeed they did in Saint-Tropez. So many things going on that are interesting. Platoon Aviation then seeing a better result there, stealing a place at the finish line from Alpha Plus. That will be a boost to their morale for sure in 4th. We do start to wonder when they're going to start winning races, but tomorrow might be that day, Louise. Teasing Machine coming through the line in 11th. The other thing, of course, with Platoon Aviation is they are missing strategist Jordi Calafat this week. So again, a different, slightly different dynamic. But there's a happy team for sure. Paprec, very strong, united team. Great humour among them. So there are the regatta standings after day 2. We've done 4 races. Fantastic to be on schedule after our first regatta. We only did 4 races in Saint-Tropez. Day 2, we've already done 4 races. And it's American Magic Quantum Racing out 8 points clear after 4 races on 9 points. Alcedo Vitamina, then Andrea Lacorte's Italian team still are in second. They were third going into the day with 17 points. 19 points are for Paprec on the podium. Value, well, pretty consistent. You can't beat that, can you? 6-6, 6-6. They are 24 points for fourth. Allegre dropping from second to fifth with a 20-point average for the day for 25 points. Alpha Plus 7 points for the day. Second to best boat for the day, in fact, after American Magic. American Magic going 5 points, 7 points for Alpha Plus. Platoon Aviation, things moving, you think, in the right direction, moving up to 7th. They were 11th going into the day. Provezza in 8th, Phoenix in 9th. It's kind of a little bit of what could have been for them. They were up in the top 3, top 4 in that race, but ending up with an 8th place. Sled in 10th, and Teasing Machine, well as said, a roller coaster of a day for them. 1st and 11th, lying 11th. Louise, your final thoughts for the day? American Magic looking ominously strong.
I don't say the forbidden
Don't
word
say
now,
the
but
forbidden word.
I'm
10 euros a time.
Exactly. I'm impressed by American Magic and the performance they show us here. Well done to them, and what a difficult day. I think tomorrow we will get a bit more breeze, but it won't get any easier, and here because it will be a little bit easier for everyone, so it will be thrilling and exciting again.
I think the general trend, this will probably be our lightest day, touch wood, of the regatta. We're going to see the same, I think last time I looked, we were going to see the same wind direction, a little bit more wind pressure tomorrow, and then potentially moving back into the northerly quadrant for what we call the trade winds for the last couple of days. But a real variety of wind conditions, fantastic scenery and great cuisine ashore. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thanks for your hard work. Excellent insights, Louise. And we'll see you all tomorrow for day 3 of the Galicia 52 Super Series Royal Cup. See you then.
I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Go and line 'em up.